You saw nothing. You saw nothing. What's up is Twitch apps are like, as always, when I'm starting the stream, needing an update. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Anywho. Let me spam Discord and shit, because that is what is needed. It is called marketing. It works. Kinda. Depends on the day. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. How's your morning? Also, how was the lunch today? All of that? How are things? That's the question. That's the question. I wish I could also change the background light with the theme switch. That would be great. But also, that's a lot of work. Why do you request a meeting for for shipping? Like, is it really necessary? Maybe it is. I don't know, but is it really a necessity for you to have a meeting? Right? Like, what will it bring you? Nothing. Right? I mean, to me. I mean, fine. No, I'm not gonna complain or anything about what you want to do, but I don't know. It feels like meeting for shipping a product is kind of a waste of time in a way. Like, technically, what you do in that meeting is always the same thing. It will always, I mean, specifically if you're doing like framer websites where you're like, well, this is how framer work. And so what I would recommend you to do would be to create a bit of a deck, like a presentation deck thing. I know that for Colbin you don't have a framer template because they're gonna do things, but yeah, I think it's easier to just say, well, here is the shipment. This is what we agreed on. The release is supposed to be today. That's what we have. If you have revision, that would be a paid revision. All that, overall pretty simple, but I mean, I get it. Could be complicated. You may have like details and shit that you want to talk about, which, meh, you know. It's fine. It's okay. Things work. That's it. That's what I will say. I need to open something because you haven't seen that something just yet. So that's a thing that needs to happen. This has been done while I was kind of doing nothing yesterday morning, and it is better. It's not ideal, but it is better. Like, there are some details that I didn't really pay attention to, but Now I can show you how it's built. You have technically the exact same behavior as we used to have, which is the mask that we had in the previous version. But now we have two spirals, like really, really simple spirals that are just connected to one another by their color scheme. And they are beneath or inside of the mask. And that way we have a good continuous transition between the colors. I think that's much better than what we had on this one, which, as you can see, looks like shit. So yeah, that's better. I also revised a bit of the shadow thing to make it closer ish. I still have a bit of a hard time with this, the way that it's displayed. The reason for it to be so flat is because the light source is hitting the top section of the Mobius rotation, meaning that this thing is flatter because it's basically using the outer ring and not the inner ring. But for me, I'm basically using the inner ring, so it's not the same thing. So I would need two layers to get the same exact thing. So that's but yeah, that was fun to do. And it basically, once I had the ID on Tuesday evening, basically on Wednesday morning, it took me 10 minutes to just do the spiral and get the right colors and adjust some of the things. So it was really, really easy. And I would recommend anyone who's doing the assignment to do that method, because that is way better. Much, much better. Ashley, welcome in. Good morning. 10. Good morning. So yeah, so that changed. And then some of the thing that I saw when I was sharing this on Twitter is overall this one is really more warm. Like it's the more orange thing. I really pushed the saturation on the outer colors, so it's not exactly the same, and the vignetting is not as good, but still pretty nice. You'll see the newer version or the next experiment assignment for next Tuesday, which is pretty good. Well, have a good time, I guess. Enjoy the deadline. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. We will see you soon. This is interesting. There is a lot of details that I don't even know if I would agree with the alignment and things. But yeah, I think it's a great resource, Denny, first of all, for understanding how light works. You can see how some elements are like impacting other elements better than others. So for example, like if I'm looking here, these bar charts are like emitting light impacting this element, and then these rack that thing as well, but not the top really, because it's not physical. Then here you have the matrix that is impacting this capacitor right there, but not really the rest of the UI. It's just like a fade of things. So all of that is pretty interesting. And there's like a ton of teeny tiny details, like this thing highlighting here, that is pretty good. the neon things are not really good. They are, but they are not neon lights. Like, they are diffused RGB, not neon light. Details. Me being me, don't worry about it. Totem, hi, welcome on in. Yeah. Like a really diffused LED strip, yes. Neon light, different. Beige, hi, welcome on in. Examples? I mean, we've done that in the past. But... Right, if I'm getting that, let's do pink that they have, which is more pink. What they did basically was this with technically a drop shadow at 0 with the same color.
You know, like when you like
right?
when you like oh my god, I sound so bad. when you like
Shit, I closed it. Anyways, this is basically what they have, which is LED light. And then if you want neon light, which is similar but not identical, you get this element to be a linear gradient. And then it's just the matter of making sure that these things are just brighter in the center. Usually you go
bad AOA, bad.
But still, beige, you have too much points. Is that what's happening? Right, so if you have something like, I mean, it would need some sort of a bit more, how can I say that? Transitions in between your steps, but that's a neon light, that's an LED light. You can see the difference. It's such a small detail, but when you are looking at or taking a picture of a light source with your camera, it's usually overexposed in the center, and then you just have a bit of a fall off around it to get the like that. So you have the two things. Beige, by the way, the womp-womps that you have played on the latest video, they are audible from time to time. I try to cut them when I was editing the thing, and sometimes around the end I was like, okay, fine, let's leave them in. So sometimes you just have me speaking and you have a big ass womp in the middle for no reason. So thank you for that, appreciate it. But yeah, that details pretty simple, Lenny, but it will help. One of the things that you could do also would be, instead of having that as a linear gradient, you could have that as a bright like if you just choose an inner shadow instead,
like when you
you get the roundness of the borders, which is better. And you can play with the shadow, the drop shadow itself, to get like a bit of a falling down light if it had, I don't know, maybe something like this. Like it's underneath a cabinet or something, it will just shine the light underneath, but not everywhere, so that then you have like that nice rounded edges, all that. Totem, thanks a lot for the purple, I appreciate it. And J Walter, hi, welcome on in. You would be surprised, we now have drops. I don't know if they work, but we now have drops, so you can drop if you want. So yeah, that. That works. The main thing that is pissing me off with it is the sides, because this overlay, oh, good job. This overlay is only 1920 by 1080. I can't stretch it that much, so yeah, that's annoying. I just got the pixel plush thing that J Walter and White Panther recommended, because I don't know, I just took the regular one. The dev experience is not started, but it's not great. Right now we are just like contemplating things like these that we've done on Tuesday, kinda ish. I'm faking it, but still. But yeah, also Genie High. So, details and things that are important. If you are someone who is interested in these, you can check that link specifically. And I basically released everything to everyone yesterday. So if you're interested, we now have the Mobius donut that we've done on Tuesday in here, the car that I've never released, the paper series, and the glass rod that are available. So if you want to see how they are built, some of them are older than others, and I would change details, like specifically in this one, but I haven't. And yeah, that's the thing. The thing. So if you're interested in seeing how they have been made, check that out. And I will try, I think on each of our assignment Tuesdays, I will try to make sure that it has an option for the next week. Either I'm doing it on the same day, or I'll do a release like 1 week delayed, as in next Tuesday you get the file so that you can't cheat. Because now you can. Now you have access to exactly the same thing, so you just need to download the fucking file and duplicate it and whatever. No, Beige, I think you have a bit of a timeout thing? Delays? You can't drop every 2 seconds, and also it needs to reset itself. Now you can drop again or something. I forgot exactly how much it is. Anywho. Coding. So we are currently in Solo Learn because that is the platform that seems to work, and I haven't touched any of these in 2 weeks, I think. So my brain, no good. Anywho, so JavaScript variables can be object data types that contains many values called properties. An object can also have properties that are function definitions called methods for performing actions on the object. The thing is, so then we are redoing the thing from the start, so compared to other courses that we've done in the past, there are things that we've seen. ES6 introduces shorthand notation in computed property names that makes declaring and using object easier to understand. Interesting. New method definition shorthand does not require the colon function keyword.
Kazumi underscore 19001 is now following.
As in the grow function of the tree object declaration. Interesting. Kazumi, hi, welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I hope you're good. So let tree with a height of 10, a color of green, and a grow function that has this dot height plus equal to. So it basically means that if we have tree.grow, the result will be 12. Yes. Cool. You can also use a property value shorthand with initializing properties, the variable by the same name. That's not what I wanted to do. Props, hi, welcome on in. How is you? It's been a bit since I've seen you in chat. Alright, maybe, I don't know. When creating an object by using duplicate property names, the last property will overwrite the prior one of the same name. Yes. Good. Also coding as designer and struggling. Good. Welcome on in. Alright, so let fill in the blank to make this code run and print 60. But this is a this.speed for me in my head. And then it's a car that accelerate. The thing is, it needs to print 60. So I don't want to do this is solo learn. Sorry, I don't have a command for that. But that thing right here, you can't see shit. I appreciate it. Have a good luck, Denny. I am making this more complicated than it is. Yeah. That's a thing that I don't. But it doesn't print 60. Oh, it prints 60 because you have car accelerate twice. Madamas. That's what I didn't see. Computed property names. The S60 can now use computed property names using the square bracket notation. You can use an expression for property name including concatenating strings. This can be useful in cases where we want to create certain objects based on user data, ID, email, and so on. So let prop name ID 123 mobile whatever. Yeah. So that's the what I call the dollar sign notation, which I kind of like. It feels natural in my head. I've seen it enough to make sense. Plus, plus, plus I, really? Sorry. Variable parameter, variable config, using parameter. So, config is setting 12 to size. Feel like, we'll see. So, fill in the blank to create an object with its property. So, this is gonna be that because you just want the prop, I think. That, and this is gonna be a plus. Nope. I wish I could do it again instead of being stuck on something wrong. Also, it kills my hearts here, so as long as we have 4, we good, but yeah. So if that's not what I need... Oh. Yeah, that's better. That is better. Alright, object.assign. Add a new object method assign that allows us to combine multiple sources into one target. I think we've seen that in the which course was it? The previous one, which I forgot the name. The Code Academy. That's the name of the fucking course. The Code Academy course. You combine multiple sources into one target to create a single new object. So object.assign is useful for creating a duplicate of an existing object. So person and student are two different things, but like new student is assign an empty object with person and student. Let me see if I was right. Here we use object assign where the first parameter is a target object, which is an empty object, which is called new student basically, and then every parameter after the first will be used as source for the target. Yes, so I was right. Cool. Bahim, hi, welcome on in. Damn, this one is longer than expected. Now let's see how we can use object assign or just assign to create a duplicate object without creating a reference mutating. That's cool. I know Stony is talking about mutating a lot sometimes, so it's good that they give me semantic words from here without really calling it mutating right away. Just tell me creating a new reference, which is called mutating, but whatever. In the following example, assignment was used to try to generate a new object, however, using create. However, using equal create reference to the base object, because this reference change is intended for a new object mutated. That's too much words for my brain. Cool. So let person, new person, equal person, and new person dot name equal Bob. So yeah, all right. Maybe it makes sense. Maybe. Right. So if I have an object 1 that has an object ABC, and then I have an object 2 that will assign C and D plus object 1. Plus object 1, the thing is, if it's based on source, I feel like we should have 5, 6, but I'm not entirely sure. Cool, that's wrong. So if that's not the case, it's mean that the C is not overriding it, so I should probably have 4, 6 instead. Yeah. However, why? So if you're creating a new object with a property called C5, but because it has the object 1 as reference, and object 1 already have C4, then it's not overridden. I'm not sure the usefulness of this, but Mother, welcome. Hi. Yeah. It is how to JavaScript. Yes, 100%. I'm technically learning JS for the sake of having the ability to then potentially move on to
L_B_Ashley just resubscribed for 9 months. Oh right, I forgot.
You take the kid. I don't give a shit. You're the woman. I'm taking the milk. Bye. Take care of it. You choose a name, not me. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. But yeah, basically just learning JS because I know that React and Vue and all of the other frameworks that exist currently that are pretty useful also for designers are kind of like JS based, but not are kinda, they are JS based. So if I get or understand JS as a starting point, it might be easier later on for me to just move into a framework that is good, appreciated, whatever. But yeah, the main reason that I'm doing this as well is pay increase. That's a pretty good thing, but also it's to just understand and make sure that my brain can work in the limitation that a dev can have. So understanding that sometimes we see things that are like, or we as designers, we are building things that are kind of complex for devs to recreate, front-end devs, and just learning the limitation might help. So I did, in the past, I did the HTML and CSS base, like 8-10 years ago kind of thing. And I can write HTML and CSS with no issues. But with the latest, I don't know, 8 years, I would say, there is a lot more JS involved, and I never really jumped in. So that's what we're doing. I don't know why that is in promo though. Didn't read shit. Array destructuring in ES6. The destructuring assignment syntax is a JavaScript expression that make it possible to unpack values from array or property from object into distinct variables. Interesting. ES6 has added a shorthand syntax for destructuring an array. The following example demonstrate whatever. Cool. Text, hi, welcome on in. Maybe, yeah. So Oli has been recommending Svelte because you build in Svelte. I've had other people recommending Vue a lot, and a lot of people have told me to not touch React because of how good and bad it is at the same time. So I don't know. I'm still a designer. That doesn't change. That doesn't change. I think it's personal preferences, and if I'm just starting, right, I think I will go for the not most popular but most used, because right, they are not the same. And so if React is the most used, widely used option, I will go with React. If Svelte is the most widely used thing, move to there. But yeah, for now, I just need to make sure that I understand the basics, and that's how I learn. So let's argument array, not argument, array 1, 2, 3, and then let 1, 2, and 3 equal argument. That is weird. Interesting point. So what you're saying is the friction of understanding is less than the friction of understanding that you would have in React and Vue. So basically, if I start with Svelte and I'm getting good at Svelte, then there's no need for the rest. Yeah. If you want to share that link, I wanna know. Keep that in here. So we can also use the structure an array returned by a function. For example, let a, and it was function, return 132. What? Okay. I don't really understand the reason why they are writing these in strings. That makes little to no sense to me at that instant. It's just like, I don't get it. That's basically it. Like, this is technically an entry of a string, but it's a number, and then underneath we have strings, but they are written not in string format, and there is no explanation above, so that's weird to me. So watch a couple of which framework to use video. There are some nice comparison out there. Yeah, the main thing that we have said for the past 3-ish months that I've been doing these kind of type of series of trying to learn how these code things work, is the a lot of people have a lot of opinions, a lot of devs have a lot of opinions about which frameworks is best for you to learn something, and it ends up being more detrimental to people learning than anything else. So for me, when I started to learn JS the first time, the amount of people that were saying that Node.js was the best thing to learn made me go into Node, but I didn't understand anything because I didn't know that JS as a base, just vanilla JavaScript, like JavaScript, was a thing. And remember, this is like 10 to 12 years ago, so it's been a while. And then when I tried again, I knew that Node wasn't good, but React was starting, and I didn't understand shit because same thing, I didn't learn the basics, and so now I'm just basics. foundation content. I'm not gonna learn a framework just yet. I need to grasp this entire thing. So, yeah. Yeah, this is weird. Okay, the destructuration format of you just let your array without the fucking thing. Basically what that does is it reapply your like it creates an object I think. I can't read for shit because of my dyslexia. Specifically, one of the, the main issue I have with code is like most of it is text-based, and my brain just doesn't want to compute, put things where it's not supposed to go. So I can't read tutorials. I can listen to tutorials and watch tutorials, but I'm someone who learns by watching. Like I'm still a designer. I'm still a visual person, so I need to like read/watch maybe 1,000 hours of tutorials, specifically when it's like tangible functions, tangible thing that you can then recreate, and then I'm good. But right now I'm doing like a bit of halfway through, so I'm reading tutorials and getting my hand dirty in the same way. And so that's better-ish, like practicing, but yeah. Not really. Monospace fonts don't really help. Like they break things for me. But also this one is kind of not really a monospace font. Almost. But yeah. It's not wonky enough, that's the thing. The Dyslexia font is... I forgot. I hope. Like these ones are known to be easier to read, but they don't help me like either. And then there is the thing that Maddie Two Shoes tried to implement on his chat, which is the shit, how is it called? The thing that just emphasize the first 1, 2, or 3 letters of a word with a font weight that is bigger, and then the last is the rest of the word is like a thinner things. Fuck. I forgot how it's named. I have robo something in my head, but it's not that. Yes, it is bionic reading. That. Thank you. But yeah, that thing is also like a known help for some people in terms of grasping things, because your brain knows the word, and so it doesn't really need the rest of the fucking letters. If you have the beginning just it makes sense. The shape of the rest is okay, and that's okay. But sometimes it just makes it harder for me to read, even. So I don't know. I have the benefit of reading on a screen is easier than reading on a piece of paper, which is kind of weird because it's the same thing. But like if I'm trying to get like the text that is on that thing, this is just a fucking business card, so that's easy. But if it's like a book, that's harder than if it's an ebook, for example, even if it's the same text. So I don't know. Sometimes I also have the need of expanding the website where I feel like I'm like 50 or something. But yeah. That's interesting. Sorry, I just reread that thing. This is interesting. So I think I get it. Let's see. So if you have an object that has like property 1, property 2, and then you create sub values of 1 first and 2 second, which is kind of weird, and then you are console logging 1, you should get what? Yeah. If it works for you and if everything is like readable, that's what you need. I'm tempted to click on that, but I feel like it's not right for some reason. So let me just think. If I'm creating a new variable called 1 with first, and I don't know why first is there. Like that's the weird thing. Yeah, cool. I kind of don't have much hearts here. It also could throw an error. Before I move on, can someone explain this one for me? Kinda in the unknown territory. Also, is it too small for you? Like, would that help? I don't know. I know I should 100% have like VS Code open and then just play with that to see how it is, but Also my hair, hi, welcome on in. Yeah, console log first would work. I don't really get the that I mean, the example is there, but... And also I can't run them because they are in Pro, so it's kind of hard. It is from FreeCodeCamp, cool. Let me just put that on the side so that I can have it for later. Appreciate it. So because I destructed the object and renamed the property, one is not a viable, but first is a viable. So basically it's, it would say something like, I mean, it would give me an error, but would it be like a one is undefined? And then hence giving me an error. I did the same, I did the entirety of the FreeCodeCamp JavaScript thing as well. Like the, that entire thing. We've done that. We wanted to start ES6, but didn't because of the way that they are explaining things. So then we moved to the Codecademy course, and then we did that until we reached the end, and then someone else recommended Solo Learn, so we did that. Check. Oli, hi, welcome on in. Mahia, I don't understand your message. She said, what about top you should start there would be better. I don't get it. I apologize for that. Oh, the Odin project. Yeah, I tried it 2 years ago, I think. I forgot why I didn't push through. Let me just click on this one. Is that the Yep, I was about to say, is that Fireship? Yes, it is. I have watched that already. I don't know. Also, my brain is lost at that instant. And Texo, why do you want me to check that? The thing is, this makes yet no sense. Much. Like, it doesn't really... means anything. I mean, the only thing that I'm seeing here is that you're using the syntax of HTML with some content that is related to JavaScript instead of a singular file. But I don't see the point. So, Aiden, hi, welcome in. So I don't know. Maybe, I mean, if the syntax or the visual syntax is really close to the HTML syntax, then I'm kind of fine because I can read that and write that, so that's okay. But yeah, I do agree with what Maya said, which is basically what I said as well. I think it's better for me to just go through that and have everything just kind of close overall, right? All these things, and you have the quiz and the project, and then I can understand things. But yeah, for now, it's just these makes no sense. Yeah, but this is still confusing for no reason. So I might not do that just yet. Also, the thing that happened in my brain right there is if there are tools and frameworks that help you structure things better or be easier, whatever, my brain just went into, oh yeah, so 100% Bard or ChatGPT can write it for me. Like, I don't need to learn. Even then, like right now, I don't need to learn. And if my brain is directly going in that direction, that means I will never do anything. But yeah, yeah. The thing is, for you, someone who knows how to play with code, yes, that makes sense. The thing is, I have absolutely no fucking idea of how to play with code. Like, there is nothing in my head that makes sense for me to open the console and play with it. Like, even console logging stuff, I don't see the point. Like when I'm editing something in HTML and CSS, like basically here, and I'm like, oh yeah, here I do understand what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Like, I'm not in the console, whatever, not doing things, but here, let's say I know that I want this thing to be in 100 instead of being in 600. That makes sense. That's something that is really, really natural to me, but I wouldn't be able to say, what the fuck can I do in the console specifically on that page? I have no clue. So it is. The thing is, I can't. Technologically speaking, this computer doesn't doesn't want me to have a Discord call at the same time as stream with the internet connection I have. So, But yes, I know. It wouldn't be a stream. Technically, it would probably be a call with you or a call with Stony or with White Panther and have like a bit of a discussion about that, but that's a lot of time. Alright, so prior to S6, if we wanted to pass a viable number of arguments to a function, we could use an argument object or a like object to access the parameters passed to the function. For example, let's write a function that checks if an array contains all the arguments passed. So, contains all as long as k is under the argument length. We do plus plus, that makes sense. And then you define a new variable called num that takes argument.k, call, I mean not .k, get the ID, and just going through the array, and then if the index of number is equal to -1, then you return false. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, a lot of you are up for it. That's the thing. I have a lot of other things to do during the day. That's the thing. But yeah, it would, will, might, may happen at some point. Not saying no. Still. Also the time, I mean, specifically for Stony, that's fine. For you, it's a bit more complicated because you have a life with someone else. I mean, Stony as well, but like it's just, Stony just lives when I'm awake. So he leaves at night for him. That's fine, but still. So we can pass any number of arguments to the function and access it using the argument object. Well, this does the job. ES6 provided more readable syntax to achieve viable numbers of parameters by using a rest parameter. So, contains all array for let number of numbers of nums. Yeah, hi, welcome on in. I'm not coding. I'm reading things and trying to make sure that I understand what I can, what's in front of me, which is hard. If the index num of array is -1, same thing. I don't get that syntax, and the nums parameter is called a rest parameter. It takes all the extra argument passed to the function. The 3 dots called the spread operator. That makes no sense. Have a good look. I appreciate the look. Yeah, that makes no sense. So, this is the output of the following code. So the function magic then has a rest thingy. Declare sum as 0, then nums filter What? I'm filtering the numbers for n is equal to, I don't know what the percentage is. That's a thing that I haven't seen in the past. I don't know if it's like 2% of n equals 0 or something, or if it's like n divided by 2. What does modulo mean? Because that's not a thing that I know. I never Google things. Because I'm not planning to be a dev. That's the most important part.
Haru 992 underscore is now following.
Haru, hi, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? So if it's the remainder, which is not a word that I know in terms of me not being an English speaker, native English speaker, the math things are not making any sense to me. So if I can say it's 2% of n, then maybe, but I don't think that's right. Like my brain is just saying that that's gonna be like n divided by 2, but I don't think that is. So it is a division. The thing is, if I do that, do I need to type the fucking thing? Oh yeah, no, my bad. That. Props, have a good rest of your day. The thing is, if I do allo pasting like this, that doesn't work. And if I do that, apparently they don't want to do that. Don't type code. The thing is, this feels like a weird behavior when it comes to how I think about things. The fact that I'm just writing the fucking code to see what comes out is kind of wrong. It's a thing that I'm supposed to have learned in the tutorials in the previous steps, the things that I've read, and the fact that I'm like just typing it out just makes no sense to me. It's the same thing as Googling the answer to like a test that you have at the end of the years. It makes no fucking sense to me. Like, what's the point of learning before if when you have your test, the only thing that you need to do is type the answers. GK, hi, welcome in. How are you? I don't know. This is weird. I don't think that it's working. I can't type and read chat at the same time. That doesn't happen. So what did you say? Do you see you wouldn't do the filter right now first because you want to see how the filter works? I just wrote that. I saw your name. I said hi because you said bonjour, but then I didn't see the fucking thing. Oh shit. Yeah, no, I get that. Do you get my point though? Of I'm doing an exercise that is based on a lesson that I've read, and the exercise is supposed to be on the lesson that I've read, and so running the code or looking for the answer on Google feels like cheating. Like it's just it makes no sense. And Maher, you said, would you help me do the opposite? I'm a dev trying to learn design to make a good personal project, but it's really daunting to learn UI and UX. Yes, I would, because I know exactly how to do that, and that's the thing that I've been teaching here on stream for the past 3 years. So I know exactly what the steps are to get better when you are already like a front-end dev and you just want to learn design. I know exactly which website I will recommend you to just read, and the huge difference compared to code, the thing is that I said multiple times, in design you have all the fucking choice in the world. If you want to create something, like if you want to create a button, technically something that is clickable is a button. And in design it can look like a piece of text, it can look like a rectangle, it can look like a circle, it can look like whatever, and it works. In code, if you are doing a button, you have maybe 3 options. You can do a button markup thing, right? And it's a fucking button, it works. You could have a div with the link on click, not recommended, but still working. And you could have a link. It's clickable and it works like a button. It would work in terms of would work, but you are limited in the options in code. And so my point is just in code, you just have one or two options to do the things. In design, you have an unlimited amount of options. So whatever the fuck you do, it will work. In code, it's more frustrating, at least for me as a designer, because if I don't know what I need to do, I cannot look for what I need to do because I don't know what I need to do. And because it is limited in the amount of options that I have to do the thing that I need to do, but I don't know what I need to do, you follow the thing? Then I'm fucked. So that's why I'm trying to learn things without Googling first, and also relying on the lessons and not Google answers, because Google answers are just will give me the answers that I'm looking for. Because right now on that specific thing right here, right, if I had to just look for remainder of, it would have given me the answers really easily, but it wouldn't be fair. Like right here, the answer is 12. Cool. Why? I don't know. Like, makes no sense. So my yes and no. The thing is, like, my main point is that a button, whatever you define as a button, because it's pixels on the screen, would be a button. In code, you need to do it properly to have a button that works and that is clickable. So yeah, if you want the understanding of the visual appeal of current trends and all of that, that is basically fluff. That is not necessary, and the thing that you need to learn first is like layout theory, color theory, things that are like more foundational. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to get here before I move back to reading chat. Here, like in these example, I would hope that the remainder thing would have popped before. Right, Maddie, hi, welcome on in. And now let me read chat, because obviously yes, but no, it is annoying as fuck, Denny, to have like your things going through. It used to be easier, but now you need to basically keyframe the curve. It works better if you are doing something that is on a very good circle, but following a path, kind of hard. I wouldn't recommend it. I would prefer you find an example that does the thing that you want and then show that to the dev. Would be easier. So yeah, Oli, you're giving me the exact thing that I was talking about. It's like you can do what you want, but you shouldn't. But like going back to this, where you at? If I'm just going to buttons, right? You can do buttons that looks like this. You can do a button that looks like this. It's still a button. You can have this that is like a button. I could have just an icon that is clickable, and if I define that is an on click, it would work. But technically speaking, in terms of code, if I have an icon that is clickable and that is behaving like a button, it would be better for me to just do that and then have my icon inside, right? Technically, in HTML, I think, but whatever. For accessibility, that is a different question, different subject. It's not really the same thing. And you're lost in a Figma file. I'm guessing it is the same thing as me opening this, and it's not entirely understanding the UI. I mean, I do, but it's not the best UI for me to understand things. So, right? So this is just like the amount of knowledge that I have in the learning that didn't happen yet. And for you, it's the same thing, but it's for Figma. And yeah, so that, so let me rephrase your problems. Started, cool. We're trying to 1, learn how to code, 2, QA the lesson plan. I'm not trying to QA, I'm trying to, actually you forgot the capital B. It is case sensitive, this is code related, case sensitive. I might duplicate everything and have like the options. I am not learning how to code, but I am not QAing the lesson either. I am what the fuck am I doing? That's a good question. I am technically reading a lesson to understand how code works, with the purpose of understanding, not the purpose of doing it, if that makes sense. It is more complex than that, but yes, that's it. Yeah. Because I have no interest in coding. I have interest in making sure that the thing that I'm building in design are feasible in code and easily achievable, but not done by me. Like I haven't worked my ass off in for 17 years in design to be at the level at which I am now, to move to another career where I start back at zero. Right now it's just adding on top of my current skills of understanding, not of doing just yet. The purpose right now is just understanding, no more than that. And this doesn't work. So and then you're saying, what's the right way to make something look good in Figma? The thing is, making something look good is a very subjective thing. It can look good to you and looks bad to me, or it can look bad to you and looks good to me, right? It really, the visual things is extremely subjective to the person that is looking the elements, but the roadmap of understanding the basic of making things looks good is understanding layout, understanding what we call accessibility or affordance, and understanding the relationship in between elements in a layout. That's the 3 steps that you have, right? Understand each element basically, then you understand how you create a layout of anything, layout of a button, layout of a card, layout of a dashboard, right? Understanding layouts, and then you understand the relationship in between smaller layouts. So if you have a layout of a button, which could be containing an icon followed by a text enclosed in something, this is the layout of a button. And then next to it, you would have a text paragraph, for example. Well, understanding the relationship in between your button and your text paragraph, then you understand that maybe if the button is doing something based on the text, it should be underneath, because it makes more sense. The recommendation that I have is this will always recommend this. Laws of UX is the thing that you just basically need to read. It is simple. You just click on one of them and you have a small description. Sometimes you have a small presentation of what it is, and then you have more articles if you want to deep dive in each subject. But that's it. You don't have much lows, but that's the basic. Once you have these understood, and what I'm saying understood is like really you have grasped the concept of each low, and you can put them into relationship in between each of them. You can also apply them from memory to the thing that you were seeing on the web. You will be good, and then your design layouts will be better. And then going into the visually appealing things, that's a taste things. Like it's you just need to acquire a very specific taste of the thing that you like and the thing that you don't like, and it's just this is acquired through experimentation and feeding your brain with visual things. That's it. That's the roadmap. And Sam, hi. Welcome on. Button elements are styleable. Yes, 100%. But just what I was saying for the thing, I think when you enter the stream, is in design you can do a button. You can say whatever is a button, and you don't need to have like a button markup thing. Whereas in code it's kind of easier. Oh yeah, I can check out the Figma file. Yes, that's an option. That is an option. I hate it for that. And Sam, yes, exactly. Like knowing knowing what is done by front ends currently and knowing how to do it, like that makes sense. Sometimes, and it happened to me in the past, sometimes I had discussion with front end dev that were struggling in terms of finding a solution for their layout things, and I helped and find a solution for them, but I didn't really have the skills to explain how they should, could, may, might do this in code. So the reason right now to just look at patterns and look at foundational things in code is just like making sure that I do potentially understand how I could then explain and transfer the knowledge that I have in design into code to be able to guide dev into doing the things not properly, but like in the right way, or in a way that would make sense for both of us. And also, one of the things that I've been seeing in the past is that if I'm building my design with the dev in mind, meaning that I don't just do fucking frames all over the layout, because for me, it's easier to just have a frame here, have a frame there, move things in absolute, move this there, right? That makes sense in design. It would make no sense for the dev when they enter the Figma file. They're like, why are there so many encapsulating divs when I'm exporting that component from Figma to dev? Makes no sense. So that's a thing that is pretty interesting as well. And GK, yes, kinda, yes. Kinda, yeah. That's also true. And yes, knowing like what is feasible, not feasible. And only yes, kinda. I don't know if HTML and CSS is enough. I mean, you know what? I know that it's not enough. That's the thing. Because I've been just doing HTML and CSS and it's good, but then understanding how components are built and reusable components through JS, because that's basically what it is. It's better, at least in my eyes. It's better. I see. Hugo, hi. Welcome. How are you today? Yeah. So one of the things that I will say to that message is I cannot explore the boundaries if I don't know the foundations. Like, you need to know how to build the foundation to then know that said foundation can sustain something specific. Like, if you're thinking about a building, like a physical house, you wouldn't have a foundation of sand if the building has a very specific weight to it. And so it's the same thing. It does, but it benefits me, and that's really I know it sounds weird, but the way that my brain works, knowing the foundation helps so much. And yeah, you need to know the rules to break the rules. That's the thing that I say all the times. The thing that I've been sharing on here for the past week, like these things, these are illustration made in Figma. Figma is not meant to build things like that. I mean, the target audience of Figma is UI designer, most likely, like website designers. And then you got me that is just building this shit inside of Figma. That is what I'm doing with pushing the boundaries of the tool. But in order for me to do that, I need to understand how to fucking create a rectangle first inside of Figma. And creating a rectangle is the foundation that then helps me to build these. And so right now, my foundation of code is a pretty good understanding of HTML and CSS, even though I'm forgetting some of the options I have in CSS, and a very, 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 very limited understanding of JS and component creation and reusable data and all of that, because these things are not really available in HTML and CSS for me right now, for my brain to understand. So all of that, that's why it's just trying to learn not how to code, but how code is made, which is different. And this is arc. There you go. That will always be that Hulk. Arc is great. Arc is only on Mac. They are rolling out the beta for Windows, but if you're on Mac, use that. Yeah, and that's so Sam. That's the reason is because you are more used to the environment of code. Like I know that if I wanted to do, let me do a very dumb layout, sidebar, let's do a header, and main card, right? Very classic layout. That would probably take you the same amount of time that it took me right now to draw it, but in code. Whereas for me, doing that in HTML and CSS, I mean just HTML, because this is just like, I mean technically this is a div followed by a div which contains two divs, and one of them has a fixed width. So that secondary block here is a flex div, where this one is a flex grow, this one is just fucking fixed, and then that thing is growing in width like 100%. That basic layout, in terms of writing it, it will probably take you maybe 5 minutes tops. 5 minutes is a long time, maybe 2. But for me, it might take me like 20 minutes to just make sure that I have the right thing in there. You know, I don't know. It's just, it depends on how used you are with the tools. Kat, hi, welcome back. And yes, I could use CSS Grid, but I don't have the knowledge of CSS Grid. I understand it, but I haven't learn it. I learned flex rather than grid. Shit happens. I have no clue what polypane is. If you have a link about that, I would love to check it out. Be highly appreciated. But yeah, so going back to this, right? To the the thing that started the discussion. If I'm running a lesson and I'm arriving on that and something doesn't make sense, I'm expecting to have seen that or at least memorized that.
SteelToad underscore is now following
the previous lessons. And I know I've probably seen it, but I forgot about it, meaning that the lesson is not understood. Also, SteelToad, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, Cat, don't worry about it. Worst case scenario, you lose your job. That's not important. Still alive. All good. I know it sounds weird, but worst case scenario, you lose your job. It filters any numbers dividable by 2. See, that I didn't understand that at all. Even with doing the console thingy, like probably because I didn't do has Genie said, but still. No, it's not a good worst case scenario, but it's still like there are still worst thing that can happen. But yes, not great, but still not bad. You wouldn't you wouldn't necessarily be fucked. Oli, I'm gonna finish, or at least attempt to finish that that lesson, and then we can take a look at your website that I have here. Yeah, see? So nothing. This, because they just renewed your contract, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Zero thing. Nothing. None. Don't worry about it. No stress. Anyways, the spread operator. The operator is similar to the rest parameter, but has another purpose when used in object or array or functions called argument. Spread in function called calls. It is common to pass the elements of an array as arguments to a function. Following methods. So you had the function with your parameters, and then you have your arguments 1, 2, 3. Then you apply your arguments concatenated to your function. All right. Have a good look. And we might go to your website faster if I lose all of my hearts in the next 2 exercises. I'm fucked. I can't like go further. So ES6 provide an easy way to do the example above with spread operator. So the beginning is the same, but they just have an anonymous function right? That's the name of this thing. That just does then, and then it lets the argument 1, 2, 3 into my function arguments because of the ... maybe. That's a thing that I still haven't understood. Yeah, you'll be good, Cat. You'll be good. Don't worry about it. If it's criticism and it makes sense, it will make sense to you. And if it's criticism that doesn't make sense, then you won't take it well, which makes sense because it doesn't make sense to be criticized on specific points that have no play in your work quality, whatever thing. And I don't see how they can criticize you being the person that you are in that company doing the job of 5 people when you just arrived last year. Like, it's just nah. Nah. Yeah, this is complicated to grasp for my head. Yeah, that's true. This company is a bit more open-minded and transparent in terms of communication, but yes. That's also true, yes. Have a good work session. Oh. Yeah, I have a hard time with these. And you see that ... that was explained in the previous lesson wasn't explained well enough for me to understand and remember now what happened. So once again, going back to the you should Google the answer or like Google the thing, I wouldn't be able to even explain in a question what I'm looking to understand. Like, I can't even grasp the ... and what I should say, might ask to get my answer. Like, no, my brain doesn't let me formulate the fucking sentence. It's so bad. It's just, it's so close. It's just like JavaScript ... what the fuck. That would be my question. So what you're saying, from what I've been rambling about and what I understand from your messages, Sam, the ... is basically called the spread operator, but wasn't it the same thing as the rest operator with ... something with the nums shit? Like, this is good. I mean, it's the beginning of the session. I don't think I can go through things, but like here you have the rest parameter, which is basically that. but they don't really, yeah, they do explain it, right? So it's still rest, but it's not rest. Ich. The solid icon will be only on the standalone, yes. I need to make money somehow. See? Anywho. Gazwell, hi, welcome. I haven't read what I need to type here just yet. So, the nums are 3, 4, 5 core, and then I let all to be 1, 2, and then I'm spreading the numbers in the middle. So technically, if I'm getting the index of all 3, it means I have 0, 1, 2, 3, so I should have 4, I think. Which is true. Yes. But also, Denny, for that specific thing, the solid icons are gonna take way longer than expected. It is like I've been playing with the buildings and they just make no sense together to be part of the pack. Like I don't like any of them in solid, so it's yeah. Currently, the standalone pack has the duotone that we're using a lot, and the regular classic lines. But yeah, the solid one, it's just, I hate all of them. You have a strategy doc to create, and then you need to do slides based on that. I could recommend AI for things like these. Nah. Nah. Maybe. I don't know. Only you are on time. I think the percent thingy was probably in the math object lesson kind of thing, and I just forgot about it. We don't have love tails. That's true. I was thinking about it. Feels.
I Phil's just resubscribed for 14 months. AAOAHIAAOAHIAAOAEYESA.
14 months? That's almost a year. For fuck's sake, that's a lot. Thanks for the resub, I appreciate it. How is you? How have you been? How's everything? It's almost a year. Alright. Oli, you there? You lurking? You have unaligned things compared to what we had on Tuesday. But I get it. I like this card. I think there is too much text in it, but I like this card. I like how it's not aligned on the grid for some reason. Oh, this is cute. This is cute. I don't know if I trust your color scheme here. It's a bit red. I get it, but debatable. I have a bit of a hard time with these. The main reason why I have a hard time with these is if I'm here and your first question has, I don't know, 8 lines of text for some reason, and then your second one has just 2, it means that my 8 lines of text will make the second question of the FAQ around here, but then as soon as I click on it, it will go back up as in right there. So there will be a lot of movement in that FAQ. So I don't know if I would trust that in terms of opening, closing, everything at once. The behavior that I would prefer would be if I open one, it stays open until I close it back. So that way I can expand everything. Like, knowing me and how I do answering questions and shit, I usually do shit like this. I have questions and I'm just gonna do that, and then I read all of my questions and answers, and I'm good. But I'm not like expecting things to just collapse when I open the other one. It feels weird. Anyways. Cat, he got mad because for the same reason as Tony is getting mad at me not being in a 1920 by 1080 screen. Is that the behavior? Like I should be like this when I'm looking at websites? Nah. Is that the reason? I'm guessing it is. Good. I feel like you had a better design here last time. It was longer? You were on 2 lines instead of 3. And I felt like that's better. Appreciate that. Oh, Sam, that is a very classic thing. But yeah. You sure about that? Didn't you have like a... No, I'm not gonna not gonna look at the story. I had a feeling that you had that spread more. Maybe it was just a bigger font. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe make it wider. That's what I'm saying. Like maybe expanding it to here would make more sense. Maximilian, hi, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? It's just Vata. Yes, it's just Vata. We can't really afford other types of drinks with the hospital trip and all of that. Not an option. So there was that. There was also the fact that it was like to the left, stuck on the left, aligned with the grid, which I like. What is complicated? Here you go. Thank you for the posture check. I appreciate that. Like this is too close compared to this, and you can keep that distance. That's not an issue. But you could like expand it to here, and have the same amount of visual space in between the two. That would be okay. Neat. Appreciate that. Have a good coffee time. So yeah, I would expand that header if you can, to go through or to that blue line right here, to be further out, and to just take 2 lines of reading. I feel like that would be easier. But yeah, that's pretty good. I do understand the alignments, so you have your gutters inside, which makes sense because everything is then aligned with your gutter that are not visible, so I appreciate that. And Max, that is good news. That is good news. These ones though, nah. I know you have split your 4 columns into 3 for some reason. The alignments now make sense with all of that, so that I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it, kinda. Yeah, I have something to say about the checks, but I will keep that for in a second. So everything is basically aligned. That's good. I appreciate that. This isn't though. It could have come like a teeny tiny amount more. Like so close. So close. I think I need... no, not that. I think I need a version that doesn't have that. Yeah, this was weird. In the debug version, it physically looks misaligned, because it is, but it's because that card, which is not a card, is taller than the carousel thing that will move. So yeah. Pumpkin soup, salt, pumpkin soup. Cool. That's a thick one, I hope. Don't make too much food. I'll be hungry. Yeah, that makes more sense. That's a better behavior for me. I mean, with the debug version, I'm missing some lines. Like I wasn't sure that there was a line going through here, if it was behind or on top. So yes. I don't know if these ones couldn't be even more retracted in the center to be aligned with the two central columns. You could go with the blue lines for the alignment of the FAQ. It will be weird, but it would basically get your chevrons inside or close to the grid line so that they would be aligned to themselves, and then the font would be aligned with the secondary one. Maybe. Nonetheless, it feels too wide for no reason. That's what I'm trying to say. And then the bottom is fine. I appreciate that you don't have a footer. Thank you. Max, you are asking the same question every time. Don't you remember what I said last time you were here? Last month? 2 months ago? You forgot? I'm on the visa that you can't have, I think. I think you cannot have it. I think? I don't know. I'm on the working holiday visa, and technically it is a visa that you can have only once in your life, as long as you are under 26, under 30 in France, and it's a 1-year visa, which is good. But yeah, working holiday is good. Otherwise you need a Japanese company, and that's not the greatest thing. I'm seeing a detail that is kind of annoying me. Your button is shit. Damn it. Your button is like on it, out of it, because it's a border that is uncontained. GK, thank you, appreciate that. Oh, that's a fun glitch on resize. Didn't expect that to happen. Anyways, the thing that wasn't the detail that I was going to talk about, but like the button itself is aligned with the gutter around your grid line, but your D of logo, the design, is not. That's the only thing that I was talking about. Like, you have a bit of a safe space around your logo to make sure that it's like visually aligned with the overall header, and I appreciate it, but maybe it would be better if the logo itself was bigger in terms of height, so that you can bring it back a bit on the left side, like that. That is tiny. The thing is, if you just align that to the left, it will look weird and too close. So you did good here, but it's just like, either it needs to go more in the right side, or it needs to be bigger to be matching the weight of the button. Also, the button that you had 2 days ago were more or less red, or more visible white. And I feel like it could be better. I also have a bit of an issue with that. It feels like project is the one that is selected, but it's not. So I don't know. That's bigger. That's bigger. That's the alright. That's the sizes, I think. I just want to make it wider, but I feel like I can't. Like, it's currently taking 5 columns and I want to take 6, but I don't know how to do that. I have no knowledge of Tailwind enough. The thing is, when I'm changing the call span 6, it just breaks. Makes no sense. Makes no sense to me. Nah, that doesn't work. My bad. Thank you. Yes. I didn't see that go through. Let me click on it. I feel like I've seen that. Yes, I have. I mean, at least I have seen these. Is it the one that I have in mind? No, it's not. But good. Yes, that seems like a good thing. Appreciate that. I'm gonna save it for later. There's also a hidden max width on there. This thing? No. If I do 6, does it work? No. Yeah, no, I get it. You wouldn't really... I mean, I feel like test would still go into this third line. But... my thinking is like... my brain reading that text is just... your customers are, and then are what, I don't know, and then I need to go through the next line to see judgy, which is because of text balance, which I get. But that for me should be on one fucking line. And then maybe you could have make sure your site passes the test. Like that split in terms of line split it makes way more sense to me. Maybe I can't do that through there. Is that what I'm... I feel like it's just not gonna go through. Yeah, I get it. Thank you. Appreciate that. You have your mark here. I kind of want to have the... I don't even know if I can do that at this point. No. Can't break after. Is it here? Kinda. It's it's not really there, but still. Ah. Anyways. Nonetheless, I feel like that's better. And then the second thing that I wanted to say is the periods are too much in terms of reading text. Also, what the fuck is that break? It's still there. I can fake it though, I think. No. Ah. But yeah, it's just in terms of split, because my brain doesn't comprehend Tailwind just yet. In terms of split, that would just be better for me to have your customer judgy make sure your site passes the test. Into that split will be better. It also gives me a bit of a diagonal endpoint, like we have 3 end letters that are kind of aligned together. So yeah, that makes sense. But when you say select the H1, what do you mean by select the H1? In which location? Like here or here? Nah. It doesn't help. It doesn't help me. Like that could be like a list. Too late, I closed it. Nonetheless, just that header could for me be aligned to the left line, which is kind of weird, but it could, or at least be closer, mainly because here you are closer. Like it seems you have 30, 48 right there, and to me probably have 32 technically with the font sizes, but here you have like 20 for alignment, which I guess why not, but kind of weird. And then the second thing, I'm saying the second thing, it's been the third time that I'm saying the second thing. The other thing is your use of gradient text. You have a ton of them, which are breaking my hierarchy of information for what is important and what isn't. So in the thing that I've seen Tuesday, your plus and your text was pure red, I think. It was like a bit of a different, not gradient, or at least I remember that, not gradient. Maybe it's just in my head, I don't know. Nonetheless, maybe for me, for hierarchy would be like the thing that I want the user to focus on or notice, most likely gonna be not colored. So the .dev is interesting. I don't understand why projects is highlighted. As I said earlier, it feels like it's the current selected page, which is the case. Then passes the test makes sense. But then here, I'm unsure about the usefulness of the plus. Like is it really needing to be that visible? I don't know. it could use the same gray that you have here, as in it's an addition, right? It's a 12 plus, it's a 137 plus project, but the plus is not the important thing. The thing that is important is the number, and the number of what. So these two things being like colored, I don't know. And then I know you're still working on it, but it's not your name. The same thing there, right? It's like the thing that I'm looking and seeing as most important is content platforms, application development, support and maintenance, not bespoke, scalable, ongoing. It's not what I would focus on. So for me, if it was a design that I would do, I would get like a lot less colored and a lot more grays, because your color is just like everywhere. So these upper title would be gray for me. Like same thing here. Even though these ones are important in terms of storytelling, right? First, then. Like that's, yeah, why not? That, not more than why. Why not? Same thing here. Like you could have the name of the client in gradients or in color, that's not really an issue, but then the fact that you highlight the entire card, the entire card content, that to me is kind of complicated to justify. So yeah, this is tiny and not aligned, but I feel like it's better. I don't know why. Are you thinking about using the same carousel-like thing at the top, or do you just want one? That's a difference, but no? So just one at the top. I don't like that. It feels out of place. It pushes the card down compared to the rest of the section. So if you get rid of it, your entire card could bump up and be more or less aligned with the start of this. It really depends on the testimonial itself. What? Could. And then the thing that I saved for later, I get it. Green, success. But there is way too much green happening here. It is so much out of the current color scheme that you have that it took me out the first time when I scroll through. So I'm not against like a bit of green to say, okay, cool, we have like some validation, success things, but that's a lot. I think color-wise, I would go with the same gray-black you have on that text for these 3 elements, and then I could potentially say something as a reverted or inverted icon, meaning that the tick is green, but the background is like white with an outline green. I do agree with your wife on this one. But I think if you had that title maybe inside of the card, maybe the card itself. There is, I mean, once again, also Sir Poglilot. Hi, welcome on. How are you? There is a thing with hierarchy in that specific thing. If you remove the title and you invert the hierarchy in that card, and you have the who said what first, followed by what they said. So Cynthia first, followed by their testimonial, then it's not linked to the numbers. But if you have what they said followed by who said that, then yes, it looks like it's a team testimonial because it's not linked. So changing the hierarchy, changing the size of the profile picture could also be a thing to just make it shorter, slimmer, whatever. Potentially. But yeah, that misalignment, that's what I don't really enjoy. Like if you have that section, right? If it's like a line like this, it doesn't bother me much, right? You have a bar, it's cool, it's a line, all of that. But then you can take that, put it back up, so somewhere around here. You know. And then if you take that, can I do this? I can do this. If you take that and you invert it, so I should have just copy and pasted from the Figma file, but you know. Like, when you read it, I have Salty, hi, welcome. I have big number, text, or big element, text, big element, text, big element, text. So you have like a bit of a consistency in reading. It's a shit words, please. Predictable pattern, that's the word. Thank you, appreciate it. It was well placed, right there. It was nice. I don't know. It feels more or less aligned. I know that my text is absolutely not aligned right there. Like that's better. But yeah. And I'm reading chat. I think I agree with the with the plus not being necessary specifically on the 137. Like if you had 130 plus, that makes sense. But if you have 137 plus, it's what do you mean 138? Like is it 139? Twelve plus is like the same thing. For years of experience, it's usually 10 plus. We say like 10 plus, 15 plus, or we get the direct value. That pisses me off because I like the visual design of the plus with the color, but then now that I'm thinking about it, it's just like it is very specific, and therefore the necessity of knowing that it is that specific plus, what does it mean? I don't know. Well, you have 1 year. Like if you have 1 year and 9 months, then it's 1 year. Or you can just round it up to 2 years and that's fine. But yeah. It's an abstract, not abstract value, but like it's a specifically vague value, which I have said that in the past, but in one of my previous company, we had like a big number on the website, and the big number was like 30,000 plus items shared, and 30,000 plus feels like it's just pulled out of a hat, as in that's a number that feels interesting. And the plus was a mistake. And then I said, you know what, we should have a live version of the number to be the most accurate possible. And we did that. And it improved conversion on the website because it wasn't fake data. It was like real data, or at least it felt more real. So if something was shared while the person was on the landing page, the number just turned in. And it's not like a thing that was turning in every 2 seconds or something. It was just like really real data. And that worked for conversion. So I think maybe.
I don't know.
Hey, yeah. I'm keeping the debate open for the plus. That's what I will end on for that section. Did you publish it, GK? Is it like, is it live? Can I open your website and I see the things? Or do I need to go on Figma? Tell me where I need to go. Cool. Appreciate it. And who said that? Someone said something interesting earlier. Yeah, Sam, you said, does it need to be in a single row? I'd like the testimonial card and then in the column right next to it have 2 rows with the stat. So you would, what you said was you would reverse the order? Like having the card on the left side and then the 2 numbers? Is that what you said? Maybe, I don't know. I did. I did. I watched everything in like 2x speed because he speaks slow. I didn't finish the last 2 videos, I think. I think there is like one that is an exercise that I didn't do, and there is the closing thoughts. So, yeah. You didn't miss much. Don't worry about it. But yeah, it's pretty good. If you are a beginner in dev and you are just looking for layout creation and some minimal interactivity with JS, it's a great course. If you have HTML and CSS knowledge already and you want to like dive deeper into JS, I feel like it's not enough. It is a great introductory like course, but it's not as deep as I would have loved it to be for me. Let's say that. I think it's a closed course. It's pretty fast. I mean, unless if you're like me and you watch everything at once because you just want to sponge in the data, it's pretty fast. If you just want to do it like slowly and do the exercise at the same time, it will take you 4 hours, maybe 6. So it's pretty good. I don't know. If the price is still the same. No. You missed the discount. But yeah, I could recommend. Could recommend it. I mean, not could, can. I am recommending it. It's pretty good. You have a bit of understanding of things and you have how to implement with Tailwind. It is like really, really targeting like designers with the basics of implementation with Tailwind, nothing more or less. And technically you don't need to know CSS when you are a designer, so I do appreciate that. But yeah, I've been laughing so much at Sekei's post on, I mean, his latest YouTube thumbnails is just killing me. Like this thing, it's just he looks like a salesman for Blockbuster from 40 years ago. Just like looking at the camera is so, I don't know, it's just so fun. Anyways. But you know, I do recommend it. I do recommend it. But yeah, only I think the only thing that I said was potentially realigning things, but other than that, yeah. Maybe the thing that you can do instead of getting rid of the header title is to just add a bit of margin on top of these two data so that their visual weight block kind of align with the visual weight of that distance here. Yes, that's a good, that is, yes, there you go, that is 100% the truth. Forced to take a picture. Yep. With the smile is looking pretty real, but the pose is just bad. But that's what happened when you don't know what you need to do with your fucking hands and needing to take pictures. I know. I think if you had the stat one below each other, it would be kind of weird. And also the testimonial being wider wouldn't help with readability. So, not great. But yeah, and stacking numbers is just not necessary. Yeah, but you don't need to have the testimonial to be more visible than the stats of the company. Like, when you're building information, you always need to remember, like, what's the goal of this fucking website? The goal is to get people to buy the services, and so I'm not looking for testimonials, I'm looking for data about what that company has achieved, and then I will take a look at testimonial and what other clients in the past have said about working with that company, but I'm not looking for the testimonials first. So if I'm here, I appreciate that you realign all of that. I feel like that's better. Also, I still get rid of the fucking periods, but that's a me thing. If you want to keep them, keep them. Or maybe put a comma right there at the end of site, even though it's kind of weird, but you have a ghost comma already. And if you have a comma, it will just visually ... Anywho. Right, I'm there. I know. I was thinking about it when I say that. You have your customer journey, make sure your site passes the test. Now we'll build bespoke websites and tools for people who know to compete. They can't make compromise. Cool. I can't read that, but that's fine. And then you have data, whatever someone said, what we do, contact us, call. That's out of my brain power already. Like, you know me by now, so I don't read much, but like brain power stopped after that button. And then I have like a bit of a, oh, that's a familiar face, cool. What they do, I stop after solving, because that I'm never gonna read that. Then I have project, cool. Something else. This one, same thing, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it's just because of the image that is the same. I don't know what it is. So maybe it's the text that is here needs to imply that these are testimonials as well. And then that's it. I feel like that's fine. You can send me a link, Denny, if you want to. I had a thing lined up right there, but yeah, I have that as well to take a look at, but you can send a link. I'm just reading the breakfast thing. I appreciate the breakfast. Keep the breakfast. That is good. So yeah, something that gives me that it's more review here would help, and then maybe centering this one, but that's a debatable point. I am questioning that whole section. I'm thinking it's because of the animation that doesn't exist yet. That debatable, but overall good. I do agree once again that this is interesting to have the grid. You did add a lot of horizontal lines that are breaking how I see things. Like it helps, but it doesn't really help. So I don't know. I will check that in a second, Denny. I mean, a second, probably in like 10 minutes, but yeah. I have a proposition. You might not like it. How about reversing the effect on these cards? Right now, these cards are like shrinking in. And from what we've said on Tuesday, having them outside of the grid, like breaking the visual weight, was more interesting. So why not do the same effect, but like having the visually moving things wider, and then when you are hovering, it's just shrink it a bit, but not much. See what I'm saying? Like just instead of shrinking in and going exactly on the grid, making it like, I don't know, 48-48 or 80-80 on both sides, just to break the visuals. Oh yeah, no, I've seen that. I have seen that. That. I like that. You know, I know, don't worry about it. But yeah, you know, things like that, like it's outside of set grid. I like that. I mean, I feel like that's fun. And this one being rounded, obviously you change that, but yeah. It will, GK, it will. This is just transitional animation just to showcase how things will be, but it will be different. This is just like really simple. But yeah, just the only thing I'm saying is maybe off-grid. It's not much, but yeah, maybe, I don't know. To be checked, but that's about it. That's about it. Moving on. All right, GK. I like that look. I like the shots. I know that you're still working on that section on the side, but that's interesting. I may recommend you to limit the content on the home page. Like just getting the companion name, your role would be enough potentially, and the description maybe, but this is highly debatable. Like I don't think the description is necessary. You could limit it to something like a project title, project name, like Bright Flag is the company, cool, and then you said you're designing for machine learning overhaul of an existing software. So this is like a machine learning project redesign. That's it. The fact that it resulted in an annual saving of 500k is interesting, but it wouldn't be a reason for me to click on it. This is GK, not Denny. Anyways, the second thing that I wanted to say is good job on the screenshot for shots.so. That's cool. However, you use the same 3 times, and I would highly recommend you to get some dynamism in the page by having different angles. Like as we shared last time, right? If you just get one of these, and right now you use that one, maybe you can have like one like this, one like this, one like that, or technically one like this, but you get the point. Like 1, 2, 3, cool. And then technically you could also have like 1, 2, 3. If you just have 3 projects, that you have something that is a bit more interesting in terms of the fuck did I do? In terms of what the user sees. Right now I'm seeing the exact same thing 3 times, and so if I'm not paying attention, I can just skip over one project because similar color, similar layout, not reading this. So just maybe if you do the over effect thing that I talked about, make sure that they all start with a different one, so that it's not the same animation 3 times, same thing. But yeah. And I was about to say something. I know you said that you're still working on it, but I do appreciate the fact that the kind words are not at the bottom. Like you were about to add a section for skills, good. But I'm not sure that the kind words are necessary anymore. I appreciate it, there is like plenty of them, but it feels better here with just all that. Like limiting the content, always a good thing for me. But yeah, good job on the cards. That is true. Denny, before I click on your link, I need a pee, so give me like 2 minutes. Alright. We're back. So you polish the background and the fade. Thank you. I need to open that from here. That would be much easier. But yeah, he did good on that. And I like the I didn't talk about it, but I like the color matching things. However, these ones are a bit too much matching, GK. So it's, I mean, for someone with low vision, like low contrast vision, that happens. They will lose the entirety of that header, and they will just see the center card. It's not really an issue, but still. All right, please text. Yeah, either darker or something else. Then let me reread that. Something about the outside of the thing. What? What's your question, Danny? I don't get it. What do you want me to say? Or I mean, not what do you want me to say? What do you want me to take a look at specifically? Like, Jerome, hi, welcome on in. How is you this midday? It is midday. I need some thought on the pipeline around the terminal. It lacks something. Same here, don't worry about it. It lacks something. It lacks a teeny tiny thing of creativity. I feel like the fact that the top and bottom section are basically the exact same, it's just like a duplicate mirror thing. It doesn't really work for me. It's good, but it needs more things, more details, more everything to be able to make sense for me. I would potentially get something like because we're light mode, I would really lighten that. Then maybe that block right here, which is the bottom section, I could see something like you could use it in a different manner around here, for example. And then you could have another version. Another version right there that is taking just the other side of the block, so that you get like a PCB that is more or less similar. Or maybe you're saying that there is a misunderstanding. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe. I'm waiting for Danny to answer either you or me. Outside the terminal. Okay, cool. Well, you get help inside the terminal because I don't like the inside of the terminal. Deal with it. Yeah. It makes no sense. Let me explain on this one. You arrive from the dock, which this is fine, right? You go into your project, you go into the terminal, then you go in there, which you have a fucking star for some reason, whatever, and then you go back up. But technically what I'm doing when I'm reading the page, I'm going your project, but I'm going docs because I'm seeing that it's on the side, but then I'm going back to your project and then performance because that makes sense, which is the order in which you need to read things, but it doesn't really work. So what I would do, I think I would put doc above, maybe something that goes the other way.
S0 Ranon is now following.
Am I still Yes. Shit. 1 second. And Sora. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Let's do that. Oh shit, not that. I think I would do bitch. That's too much. I'm not gonna make it as clean as you did, but I would probably do something like that, because that way the road make more sense. But then one of the things that is kind of weird for me is the section here, like in the path that I'm seeing, you're coming from this side going in and then getting out, so that kind of right does make sense. At least it does to me. Yeah, I would even do that. I don't think that would necessarily work, but it could. This one is kind of weird because it feels like you're avoiding that, which is not what we want. But I want the path to make sense to the user. That's the main thing that is important to me, and I do feel like these should probably be like on each side and not really like above, under. Like the only one that is above is the entry point. You're entering into something that is your project, and then you go into your terminal thing that goes into something different, but it still feels like a mistake. Like I would probably have that go through the center of my terminal thing and get out on the other side the same way. So maybe getting rid of this point here and just moving these two somewhere like here. Then the star might not even be interesting. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is something specific and it's a clickable element. I don't know. But that, in terms of pipeline pathway of what the data is doing and what the user would do, I feel like that make more sense. Yeah, the label would probably need to be inside of your container, but you know. But yes, no, I agree with that. But if it is, or if it needs to, then it's a matter of doing this in terms of path. Like you need something that comes from the side that goes through your terminal and goes out the other side, and that's basically it. Like it needs to go through the element that is represented as the logo of the company and the elements that is inside. Some of the cool, interesting potential animations that I'm seeing right there already is if you have a node like you had in the beginning, right? That path that goes through and will probably do things along the way. What I would have is every time it bump into one of these tags, I would highlight said tag in color. So if it starts white like this, every time the dot is going through, then your tag is just highlighting itself with a bit of a blue, and then once it goes through that section, you would have like a bit of a blue wave, something like the is it Whoop again? No. It's the thing for the encryption data. I think you know what I'm talking about. It's not Whoop. It's the other one. It's also, I think it's Ogres as well. Yeah. Where is it? It might be Oathgate this. No, not this one. It's kind of the same, but it's not this one. Might be Oathgate. Yeah, I think. I mean, it's similar. It's the same. It's the inspiration. It's like the same thing. But, right, when you have your node that goes in, you just have a bit of a that. Get that? You understand, right? It makes sense. And then it goes to the other side, and then it does things. But it could be like a simple pipeline like this. And that's enough. It might seem boring because it is. And it's simple and all that, but you can have complication in terms of how things are presented on the file. Like what I'm talking about, complication is like different paths that could lead to different things. Try to avoid overlapping your path. But just to create some interest here and there. Maybe. Interesting move. Right? Might go through. Could, whatever. Could work. But yeah, other things that just would work, could work, might work. Yeah. You see all of the details and annoyance and noise that are created around that, but the pathway of the data is like the particle around the fingerprint plus the matrix around it. That's the two pathways, but it is clear. I do understand that this one is also like a duplicate. I wouldn't do that. It feels cheap to me. And then this is weird, but like if they were to go straight in here and go straight out there rather than having the thing that you already had, I don't like that. But overall, shit like this could help. This is way too much. And this is way too simple. And that's the thing I was talking about. There. But yeah, tiny things. Not much. Making sure that these ones are like good-ish. That could be enough. Like really simple. Like you simplify the pathway from growth, generating all of that. Yeah, maybe just a tad. That may help. Might. Like these don't work for me. Like it's weird. Like this same thing, like the star that I removed is just, unless it does something which could be interesting, right? If you click on it, you get the you get a pulse. What is the other? No, not this one. These are so cute as well. Sorry. I think it's August as well. Once again, that made the button. The button. You get the idea. It's not Whoop. It's not. Is it? I might be. But older. Nah. Yeah? Nah. Not the button with the background of the chip, the greenish teal button with the particle going in, but like small random particle, but then you can click said button and it just bring things in. Might be warp. Could be. It's not. It's not this one. So many fucking landing page. Anyways. Is it SAS? Might be. I think you've seen it. I think you have. It's not Evervolt. It's No, that's too old. I don't think it's James either. Maybe it is. No, it's not. James doesn't do that many animation, as far as I remember. For fuck's sake. But you might be right, as in it might be work OS. But nah, it's not. It could have been on this one though. It could, but it's not. I am lost on this one. It's not Astro, that's for sure. I don't think it's this one. I mean, all websites are similar, right now. I'm looking for an interactive button that has, I think, a teal green-ish hue, and it is meant to be a bento elements without really thinking about it, but then if you click on it, you have an interaction. This is such a small detail. I don't think... I know I liked it, that's the thing. I liked it as in I liked the tweet that is linked to it, and I also liked the website overall, but it's just I cannot find the website itself. It wouldn't be Versal. It's a button that look really 3D. Also, as a small details and side conversation, it is not an important thing. It's just like my brain is fixated on it. And I need to find the thing, but it has no impact on anything. Nope, not this one. This is similar, but it's not. It's not that one. It could have been. It isn't. It's a green button, not a purple button. Green, blue, depending on how colorblind you are. I know that Rid probably talked about it. Not this one. This is the same shit. This one. Greenish blue. That's the thing. So you have this button, right? That has a bit of a teeny tiny hover state. And then on click, on release, you have that amazing, mesmerizing, delightful interaction. That, like, if you had something like this, all of that to say, like on the star, that's what I was looking for. But if you had like something like this that then powers up your lines or something, that could be great, really cool, really interesting for nothing. Like, it's just tiny interaction for no reason. We love that. That looks cool. Looks cool as fuck. If you want to check it out, here it is. Like, you see that? The node is coming in, and then you have a bit of a flash in the center, and it goes away. And I feel like it could be the same, or let's say more similar thing. Like, the node is going in, you have a bit of a flash here, and then on the bottom, maybe you have like a bit of a electro pulse that just feeds something. I don't know. This is way too much work for no reason. Let me be honest here. Like, that doesn't need to be. But same thing, like that interaction of expanding could 100% just be on the center node. Like, not a supplementary button that is outside, but it's just like this thing is in the middle, and when you click on it, you have like your bit of your nodes that just pulse, as I did right here, and then you have like small particles that are just moving through your lines, specifically because your lines are very flat. It's a bit of a simple thing to do, but that's more for the implementation, and that's a lot of work for Corbin, even though he wants something that is like impressive. That could be something that is challenging for him in terms of animation. But yeah, all that to say, simplifying the pipeline, making sure the pipeline makes sense in going through the IDE and the terminal right there, that makes sense to me. But yeah, some of the things that we've seen, specifically with the Warp and other websites that have things like this, like funnels. I think you could also have a funnel right here to have your doc and your project, if your tags have different information, different data, all of that. You could have like a bit of a funnel. Like that from the header that is bringing things inside of the terminal. Not necessarily from the side, but like It's coming from the header, so you are following through. Let me see how it looks if I'm zooming in on that. Right, it's a bit of a hint that your user is supposed to see things that are underneath. Like they see this, but they also see the funnel, and maybe they see the tags that are like floating through. It goes there, I don't know. It's not a but. But funnel, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, you decide. You decide what you want to do. You're a child. Yes. But a lot of these things have the same illustrations anyways, so I forgot if this worked. No, it doesn't. It used to work in one specific like website where they had like a highlight on a very specific key, and then when you did the keystroke, it highlighted that as well. But yeah, that's too much. That wouldn't work. This is a very psychology related thing, but this is a regression when it comes to the path. If you, I'm gonna do that. If you have a chart of like something over time, right? Classic chart, something happen. It usually goes like this, right? You have your chart. The thing is, if your chart is doing this, that's not an option. Like you can't go back in time in data. Like data is linear in time, and you can't go back. And what you just did with that screenshot is you went down, which means you went further, and then you went back up. So you technically went back in terms of progression, vertical progression, and that doesn't make sense. So you need to go in from the top and get out from the bottom, or go in from the left and go out from the right, but you can't you can't reverse it. So if you're coming from the top left, you need to be coming out from the bottom right. That's the it's, people don't think about it, but it is like an unconscious thing. If you have something that is going against its initial inertia, people are like, something is not right. It's subtle, but it's just there. But think about it. It sounds logic, but you don't think about it much. But yeah, this is wrong. So in terms of, that's why mine right here is just going like straight from left to right, center, straight down, left to right. Good. No thinking. Like, we all fine. But yeah, it's not ideal. Like, this is way too simple, and so I do understand why you would, but technically you need to make sure that the entry point and the exit point are aligned, so that it makes sense. Like if I had that, your pipeline is broken. It's subtle, but it's like I get it, it's the same color, it's the same thing, but because it starts gray, something will not work. So they need to be aligned together, or at least in the same realm of alignment. So just want line that link to labels. I don't care that too much about the pipeline. I mean, you told me, what do you think about the pipeline? So. Means you thought about it. Away a bit, right? Kinda. Oh shit. I made a mistake. It's fine. I was about to say, maybe if you have that, but with your line making sense, that could also work. But it's the only uneven break, so I don't really know if I would trust that. You could do that as well, yeah. You could have the badges follow exactly the pipeline, but that also feels like a bit of an issue. But yeah, you can. Not like that though. No. That's a regression again. If you're going down, you can't come back up. Like you can't, that's a no. I mean, to me at least. You do whatever, but to me, Yeah, but look how it's not linked together. They aren't linked to what they do. And for me, that just means that the issue by the sales rep is linked to that card, but then the card is syncing the entire thing. But it's not the issued thing by the sales rep that is syncing. It's the issue that is populating the card, and then that thing is. The main reason why I'm saying you can't go back up, Oli, is if and technically it's the point, it is what it will be. You will have nodes that are traveling through, like these ones, but you would have these that are traveling through the main line. If I'm scrolling and I have like a node that is going down and I'm continuing scrolling, it will then go back up, and I'm far out already. And so if you want continuity throughout the website with that pipeline specifically, let's say that line is going to go down to something different later on while you're scrolling because it's following you, you're following the story of the data that you are having for growth, then that node needs to follow you. If it goes back up, you lost it. That's the main reasoning for me. Like going down in, back out, that's fine if it's a static thing and the node is going fast enough. But with the amount of tags that we've seen, I want to follow that fucking thing through while I'm scrolling. I think we've seen that in who did that? There is one of the US landing page that just came out, like this thing. Like it's basically TD, hi, welcome on in. If that ball was going back up, I'd be fucked. Like it would make no sense. But it's following me, and I'm following that in that thing. It's an anchor through the scroll. Like it kind of makes sense. You are following that path, and it's not coming back up. You are not defying gravity. It's just like like if I'm scrolling back up, I think the fucking ball is going back up. But still, right? You see the node points? That makes sense. Anywho. And design's not that hard. Did you redesign your thing, by the way, TD? Your thing being your website. But yeah, right now we don't really have the rest of the page. Lenny, so if I don't know yet. If there is more interesting things, and if the node and the data is used throughout the bottom of the page, then it makes sense for the node to follow through. TD, I was saying, did you, not this one, did you it's Taylor, yes. You said you wanted to redesign this. You did it. Not just yet. That's a new icon. It's a big ass icon though. So I can't access it. Damn it. What we're doing, I don't know yet. I kind of want to see your bad attempt. Yes, 100%. Let's see that. Also, for everyone that is here and everyone that followed so far, I appreciate you. Thanks a lot. But if you're here and you haven't followed, you can click the button. It would be highly appreciated. Just send me a screenshot or something. If you just want like a complete illustration, once again, take a look at the things from OathKit or WorkOS, all of that. Appreciate the multiple follows though. Do that, but make sure that the elements that you are aggregating are not linked together. Like, you could have, if your tags are coming from different places and they are like feeding the terminal, and they are not linked together, like the documentation is not linked to the security, which isn't linked to something else, then you can have nodes coming from everywhere with different paths that are just going into the center of the card. And they are coming from outside of the website through a line and then getting behind. That's it. You just need to make sure that it's visible long enough so that the user can read the text. Other than that, you don't need to have like the path that is following gravity and all of that. But if they are linked together, if it's a path that is going from documentation to project to something else, then it needs to be one singular, easy to follow path that the user brain can just make up the pattern in like a second. When they arrive on the website, they're like, oh cool, that's the fucking line, cool, I'm done. Like your brain, even though you don't think about it that much, your brain understand the pattern unconsciously. So like it just need to be cleaner. Otherwise is these, like you can just have that thing on the side, or and it's fine. Like shit like this, coming from one side, going in, coming out of another side, we good. But yeah. Nishit, hi, welcome on in. How is you today? To that, why not? And these two feels more like a documentation template rather than a path template. So different things. Take your time. Started learning Japanese on Duolingo. Congrats. Where are you at on the path? I just finished the big Unit 6 thing. That's nice. So you basically have these three. Like this one is 6, as far as I remember, or 3 or 6, and then you have this one that is also 3 or 6. So, yeah. That's good. Unless, I mean, if you're doing just one a day. If you're doing more. It is pretty nice. One of the things, if you're learning Japanese, one of the things that I would highly recommend you to do is learn the characters. First of all, because it's easy, but also because it's foundational to everything else in terms of reading and writing. So I feel like if I had started with these, which we didn't have in the beginning of the app, I would have been better. But yeah, hiragana, katakana are easy. Now on the mobile app we have kanji as well, which is great because that's the most complicated writing. But yeah. Yeah. For me, it's not. For my dyslexia, chi and sa are the same fucking thing. And then you have ki and sa, which are the same thing. My brain doesn't comprehend the difference. I have to really pay attention to what it is. And it's the same with me and nu, which you can find like me, nu, same. It's the same base. R and O also have a bit of a hard time with these two. But yeah, the thing that is fun in katakana is like E looks like I in English, and Se looks like an E. So kind of fucked with that. And then the most complicated one are Si and Se, which is just the angle at which you have the dactyl. That is complicated. That is complicated. But you get it. It hiragana, katakana are like easy stuff, kinda. But writing is to me kind of complicated. Reading is fine. No, did I say reading? Speaking is fine. Speaking is fine. Reading and writing is not. I mean, to me, it's complicated. It's just. But yeah, speaking is easy. TD, I'm seeing things. I appreciate it. I'm seeing icons that I kind of recognize for some reason. So you're going with more blue, and I feel like you're going more rounded and more spacious. And then you send this one as well, which I don't know. Like, that's a lot of data. Orange is the next color. Sorry, the next color trend. So if you put it in now, you're good. It's interesting. I think I prefer the central one. Yeah. Pink orange is the current next update. Like, people are trying to transition from pink purple to something that is not pink purple, and when you just think about the color wheel, if you don't know, right, if we are here, pink, purple, blue, we're gonna go in the opposite direction, which is like yellow, but yellow is not a color that people like to play with, so we are going to green or orange. And the exact opposite of like purple is a bit of an orange-ish, so people are going into here. Then from there we are going to transition back to blue and green, and then back to pink and purple, and then we cycle. That's what's happening. I read that it is a daily email that sends to me. It has the day calendar event. Oh, it's the email thing. I think for a second I thought this would be the containers inside of your website. I thought you were exploring. I forgot that you said that you were working on an email thingy. Email wise, I think this is easier, mainly because these 2 columns on mobile will be absolutely unreadable. These ones are like, why not? But still. Yeah, I think the center one is better. Mainly because it's rounded with the icon in rounded also containers, so I do like that. Unsure about the feasibility of these two. It's I'm thinking mobile design already. Like you open your email on your phone and it's just like, if I'm thinking of, I know it's just for you so you can match it to your phone exactly, but technically if you have a small display, it's like 375 width. That means that you have like a 180 something, 200 pixel for 50%. And so you then have your padding and all of your things, and you end up with something like a 140 pixel for each of your to-do list, which is tiny. So yeah, maybe you could like spread these two into one column and just stack them like the rest. But also, my brain went into necessity again. Like, I get it, it's a personal to-do list for the day, but location, weather, I don't know. What the fuck is hi? Well, come on in. How are you? I am pretty good. I'm ending soon, but I am pretty good. A bit tired today. How are you? Yeah, I don't know about like weather thing specifically, because you have just, I mean, you are displaying just one temperature. I would say something like min-max would be better, because if it's a morning thing that you receive and you have your data and you have all of the things that you need to do for the day, and then you're like, oh, should I take like a coat or something, or is it gonna be raining sometimes, right? You don't really know. But if it's like your minimal temp is gonna be 2 degrees and your max is gonna be 12, then you have the difference in between the two. Whereas if when you wake up it's like 2 degrees, but then in the afternoon it's like, I don't know, 18, maybe the coat is not necessary, you know? So yeah, I appreciate you stopping by. You mean this Notion calendar? Yeah, I changed the icon so that it's still the crawl icon, but I hate the new icon of Notion calendar. Looks like shit. My bad. If you're the one that created it, I hate it. And then thinking about stuff, I could potentially, can I find it? It's not a sticker. Did I put that in web or in UI? I don't know. Either in this one or where you at? There. here, that's for sure. It could be in there, but it's also visually not. Yeah. I would highly recommend you to take a look at these things if you just want to be amazed. I'm kidding. But yeah, these things are just great. And if you have the data and you have the information and you have the patience and the want to have widgets on your email, these bitches are just great. Like something like this. Cute. Something like this. Cute. Small details, small things that you can just add at the top of the website or at the top of the email. These are great. I know that that person specifically has done so many complications, yes, and they are great. Like their whole fucking dribble pages, details upon details upon details, and I love it. So take a look. Like that's the level of things. I do remember, like when I started to work for agency, we were doing like websites, and then I transitioned from website mostly to app design, and my brain went like, oh, I need to fit everything in a small screen. And then from app design we did like we had multiple screen sizes, but then the screen sizes are going bigger, so we have more space now. And now we have watches, which is even more tiny, and it's a lot of fun to like build these, explore the dynamic island thing. Like these ones are great as well. But all that, so cute. So cute. Anything that I think you could add? Do you have calorie intake? Do you track that? I know you track what you ate, but I don't know if you track what's your goal for the day, if you have multiple different goals depending on the day. If it's always the same, then there is no need. But yeah, all of that thing could be really fun to implement, I think. But yeah, nothing other than that you could. Yeah, if it's always the same, like it's, you know that you need to eat 2,000 calories per day. So, I don't know. You need a sub if you have ads. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's it might be complicated to implement in terms of email implementation. Always hit or miss, and usually it's a miss because it's fucking annoying. But you'll get it. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. too many ads. Denny, are you getting the thing right? Is it good? Did it work? Debatable. I have a bit of an issue with the corner one that you have. The main issue that I have is that it looks like it's a closed loop, mainly because of that line right here. It feels like you have security and performance that are just like circling through. But yeah, like here, one of the thing I'm not making the schedule. Twitch is making the schedule for me. I'm not. You're not. I mean, you're giving me money, like cents, but still. Yeah, that thing is a closed loop. I don't really like that. Yeah, I mean that's what I do already. I did that for a while, and then there was the automated ad schedule by Twitch, and I said okay, I opted in on that. So now it's just like Twitch is defining what like what the schedule should be based on the user, the views, the amount of ads that they've seen. So I don't really choose the amount anymore. It's like it's automated in order to disable pre-roll. That's the idea. Anywho. I also have the fact that my BRB button is launching ads if there hasn't been ads in enough time before, right? It starts like a 2 minutes break of ads, so that it's when I'm not there. That makes sense. It's not bothering anyone. But yeah. TD, I was saying maybe the implementation will be a bit tricky because it's like email and all that. I don't know which tool you're using, but depending on that, emailing might be kind of annoying. All right, then that's fine. Just make sure the client that you're using is just fine with heavy-ish images. If they are that big with that amount of data, that might be a bit much. That might be a bit much. Anyways, tired. We're about to click a button. You know where we're going, obviously. It's Thursday after coding. So here we go. Join us for the raid. That will be highly appreciated, as always. The VOD will be happening on YouTube in a private playlist, but it's still there. And from time to time I post videos there. Shit happens. Anyways, join the Discord if you want to. Follow me on socials if you want to stalk me somewhere else. And yeah, I shall be back tomorrow for the design chat. Classic chill end of the week design chat. So if you have questions, please feel free to come back. All of that, if you haven't followed the channel just yet, do that. If you want to give me money, you can sub for some reason, but I would rather have you
Mom?
get something better than a sub, like a UI kit or iCode kit or something. That would be nice. It would be nice. Anywho, as always, take care of yourself. I'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the raid. Go eat something. Drink something. Be kind to each other. All of that. And yeah, we can use that as a raid message. Yes, 100%. Copy that if you have the emotes. Anyway, bye.